baseball fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham, dodges left, and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch, and the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown. Over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. He's in bounds. The lead back 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league. Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss. And there's the flag on the play. Moss has got the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can. Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth.
They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 victory.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the ninth inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets, it's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 victory.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Make sure to keep it locked in here on Armchair Quarterback Radio. We're not one-trick ponies. We cover the entire NFL, past and present.
3rd down and 6 at the 9. And Bo Jackson to the 20 and out in front, and only one man to beat, and easily can't run him down. He had the angle, but there goes Bo, and nobody catches Bo. Touchdown. Dion. Back like he started, and then turns the corner into Giant territory, and leave it to Dion to break it open for a touchdown. What a run! Dion comes in as a receiver. Sanders.
Going his way, but they double coverage. He's able to beat the coverage, but intercepted by Sanders, and he scored again. Yep. There he goes, Deion Sanders, 71 yards. And so for Deion tonight, a 59-yard punt return for a TD, a 55-yard pass reception,
A 39-yard punt return, and a 71-yard interception return.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship. A liner off Larry's goal in the center field. The World Series. Precious fittingly with a throw. The Yankees have done it again. Number 24. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maui onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maui. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy, and Trevor Lawrence knows. Throw it up against that single coverage. Give him a chance to make a play on a 50-50 ball.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home. Hey, y'all, I'm Mac McGee, and you don't want to miss as we covered the entire NFL on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
12-0 Chicago Bears. If they could go all the way, they would be 19-0. The last undefeated team in pro football history, these Miami Dolphins. 72, 14-0 regular season. After the Super Bowl, they were 17-0 for a third down and 6. Cooper, Moore, and Clayton. Out of the way. Into the arms of Clayton. Oh, and are things going right for the Dolphins tonight? 42-yard touchdown, batted into the air at the line of scrimmage. This is vintage Monday Night Football. Final seconds ticking off. Bears will not go undefeated. What a victory for the Dolphins. And Dan Marino reigns supreme once again.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. It's the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Geeta Bowl in Jacksonville as Walker sweeps to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh. That looks like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC! I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use...
Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Bryant! Omaha! Time out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez.
Armchair.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with your best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. And Janis, does he stop it? Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Eli and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Sandoval in territory. Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs, win the series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate.
She is gone. It's been so improbable. The impossible has happened.
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check, check, hey, Short Ox! Buda Raiders! Omaha! Time out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want to challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the end, got the distance. It is. No good.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville 9 that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Salvador in territory. Giants win. Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside cut. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball in the right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd.
Good evening. Pull up an armchair. You're listening to Breaking Baseball, the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show, as we are getting set to bring you Atlanta Braves and Chicago Cubs here. 7:20 first pitch is the goal tonight, and hopefully everything hits the ground running as the Braves start a 3-game series against the Chicago Cubs, and we'll get into that in a moment. There's a couple of big news items that we have to address first. Number one is, if you missed it from earlier today, Eddie Rosario is going to be out somewhere around 8 to 12 weeks. Eddie Rosario, the Braves outfielder, of course, he was the NLCS MVP, and he struggled at the plate mightily, hasn't even hit 100. I want to say it's 0.83 right now. It's somewhere in that neighborhood. And he has had blurred vision and swelling in his right eye. And he saw a retinal specialist on Monday, and he is going to have laser eye surgery, and they hope this fixes it and fix it quickly. So what does that mean? We're sitting here. We'll just say, for argument's sake, he has the surgery May 1st, because we're just a few days away from May 1st. So why split it right there? That means that we're going to be seeing him, best case scenario, somewhere around or after the All-Star break. All-Star break is a little later this year. It's like the 3rd week of July, as opposed to right at the it's All-Star break's usually like right around the 10th or 11th. I believe this year it's around the 17th. So it'll be somewhere around the trading deadline, which is set for August 2nd, or the All-Star break. Because you have to figure, I would tend to think he's going to have to need, from what I've read, 6 to 8 weeks of it resting, and then he'll get in the cages, and then they'll put him on some kind of a rehab assignment, and that will probably most likely be a 2-week rehab assignment. So I'm looking at this most likely around August 1st. In a perfect world, it's a little earlier, but let's just say that. There's another significant piece of news that happened today, if you missed it, and that is Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Association. I know no one likes to hear those two words put together in the same sentence because, what's going on here? Well, this is actually a positive thing. The two parties have agreed to extending. Originally, the agreement between the two parties was a maximum of 13 pitchers on active rosters set to begin May 2nd. This will instead go effective through May 30th, and a 14 pitcher maximum will be in place now until May 29th. Now they're still working out whether or not they're going to be right at the cut of 26. They may keep it at that as it is right now. But with all that being said, even if it doesn't, it means with the DH, it means you're allowed an extra batter. Now, Atlanta's going to have some interesting choices to make, and we'll get into that in the broadcast, what they decide to do with their roster moves, because Eddie Rosario is obviously going on the IL. And then, of course, you have to look at the big picture between now and then. You would think the Braves are going to try to make a trade, but it's difficult because it's early in the year. And other than going and scooping up a player from a team that's already given up, and we're only 17 games in the season, it's going to be hard to find a suitor who didn't already sell off all their pieces at the beginning of the year. But if we're looking at that, if we're looking at logical teams that you could possibly make a move for, teams that you could say, okay, maybe they're out of it, there's not that many. You got the Cincinnati Reds, who are 3-13, 6.5 games out of first place, and have all but punted this season. Maybe the Arizona Diamondbacks, they are 6.5 out. They're only 6-11. It's not terrible. And do they want to start punting and freaking out their fan base? I don't think the Rangers, who are 6-10, are at the point where they give up yet. And I'd be surprised anyone in the AL Central with the Royals at the bottom at 5-9, because they're only 2 games out of first place because that entire division's played terrible. Baltimore Orioles would be another obvious suitor, 6-10. They're still only 4.5 games out, so it really depends on how aggressive their general managers would be. Of the teams that I mentioned, they're all sitting in the last place in their division. And I'm leaving the Nationals out because the Braves are not going to be able to pull off a trade, I wouldn't think, with the Washington Nationals, same division. And the Nationals are 6-12. That's not great, but it's not giving up quite yet. You never know when a team can get hot. And so that's where we have it. So the Braves are going to pull guys up off the farm at first. Maybe they kick some tires on some of the guys who are still out there in free agency. But most of the guys out on the free agency, they're either done or they're injured, like in Fordo. So it's going to be a difficult stretch, and they're going to have to lean on guys. Now, the good news is Acuna is doing really, really well in the minors. So the baseball gods taketh away, but they're about to giveth, as Acuna should be back with the Braves next week. In what capacity? That remains to be seen. He has been playing the outfield, but whether or not he will play the outfield to start or how many games he will, my guess would be they would start him at designated hitter and work him into the outfield once every 3 days, and then eventually once every 2 days, and then everyday player by the All-Star break. But right now you're looking at just trying to make things make sense, because believe it or not, this is already a big series in the Atlanta Braves season, because you're 7-10. You're at home against the Cubs for 3, which we will have Tuesday night and Thursday night's game this week. The Thursday night game of the week will be Cubs Braves. I will be doing the broadcast. And then Friday night we'll be doing Texas Rangers. With all that being said, these are 6 games against 2 teams who aren't very good this year that the Braves should bare minimum win the series. 4-2 to me is bare minimum of what the Braves should expect, what the Braves fans should expect. Anything less, losing the series to the Cubs or losing the series to the Rangers, I don't care what the issues are with Rosario, it's not acceptable considering the fact that we're defending World Series champions. And oh, by the way, the Mets are starting to run away with the division. You haven't paid attention to that. They're 13-5. They had a miracle win last night. The Cardinals absolutely choked that game away. Mets should have lost that game. If you didn't catch that game, that was an absolute choke job by the Cardinals. A lot of different factors, but even down to Arenado taking like 17 steps before he throws the ball to first, and then errantly throws it away that sends 2 runs in. The Mets are hot right now. Now, the one thing I will say that a lot of people I've seen, a lot of these national prognosticators that are already jumping on, there's something special going on in New York. There's something special going on in New York. It's April. When you're winning these types of games in late September, I can get on board with that. But it's April, and it's a long grind. And when things are going well, you're going to do well and play well. But when it's all said and done, it's April. And I can think of a couple of teams last year that started out hot, and in April, they were the talk of the town. And by the end of the season, nobody said spit about them. The main one that jumps out at me, the number one that jumps out at me, not just the Mets, because the Mets last year were doing well, but they weren't running away. They didn't have the great record that they do right now. They had a solid record, but the rest of the division was playing poorly as they are right now. Remember the Kansas City Royals this time last year? Everyone was making a huge deal about it. I remember columns by ESPN and MLB about the Royals sitting in first place in the AL Central towards the end of April. I don't think the Mets are going to collapse in that manner, but what I'm getting at is it's April. Things are still very, very early on, and a baseball season is a war of attrition. You don't have, in the baseball season, you don't have the same situation you have in like the NBA where you're constantly resting players. And so it takes a 40-man roster to get through the entire season for a reason, because of injuries and just the number of games you have to go out there and play. Now there's news on Jacob deGrom as well. They did an MRI on him yesterday and everything looked good. They said they're going to revisit in 3 weeks. And if everything goes from there, then he'll start up a throwing program. That's not what we were originally told. We were told a month ago that if everything was right with deGrom, he would start the program, and you thought maybe he'd be back by June. He's not going to have another one of these for another 3 weeks. That's telling me, best case scenario, he gets throwing towards the end of May in a rehab stint, maybe by the end of June. So that's definitely positive news on the front for the Braves. You never like seeing anyone injured, but I'm talking about the fact that this guy's a stalwart, and he is, for all intents and purposes, the best pitcher in the National League when healthy. He's not going to be there for half the year. The Braves have got to start taking advantage. So we look at some of the options that the Braves have out there, and of course they had Demerit play the other night. We'll see what they decide to do with him long term, because anything that they're doing for tonight, I don't necessarily mean that this is what they're going to do long term, but they are going to have to mix and match and trying to find a way, because right now I still don't know if Alex Dickerson makes the team at the cut line. He's been playing horrendous. He did hit a home run the other day. He's going to have to do a lot more than that for the Braves to want to keep him. This is a huge week for Dickerson. Any at-bats that he gets, he's going to have to make them absolutely count. But when you look at Ozuna and Heredia and Duvall, that's essentially your 3 veterans in the outfield until Acuna gets back. And so the guys like Demerit, and maybe they make some other moves, not just later on this evening, but that later on this week. It'll be interesting to see what the Braves go for, but trade deadline, if they're in the mix, AA is not going to sit on his hands, and he may pull a trigger sooner than later. Because remember when Acuna got hurt last year, everyone thought, oh my God, we're going to have to try to make it to the trading deadline. And are we going to be competitive at the trading deadline? And if we are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the next thing we know, a few days later, right out of the All-Star break, he pulls the trigger to go get Jock Peterson, which put a bolt of energy into that locker room. And the Braves played pretty well over the next couple of weeks. And then he was allowed to go out and grab Soler and Rosario. I could see him going after a veteran bat in the next couple of weeks, but it really comes back to what we originally talked about, which is who is willing to be a trade partner right now. And the obvious teams always come up, and the obvious names always come up. And we'll talk more about this later in the week when we get more information on it. But guys that I have my eye on would be, the Baltimore Orioles, because no one expects them to compete. I mean, that is a tough division. The Braves have a very good division. The AL East is ridiculous. You got the Rays, who always win about 100 games. You got the Blue Jays, who may be the best team in baseball. And, oh, by the way, the Red Sox and Yankees. So if they decide to punt, maybe they go get a Trey Mancini. There's a couple of other options out there, but what is what is Alex Anthopoulos willing to give up for this run, considering the fact that he's got such a good team? And I think he already had it in his mind that he was going to go get another bat at the deadline. But this may push it up a little and see what he can pull up. He could also step on the gas on some of these rookies, on some of these kids in the minors that you may be waiting to develop, and they're no longer just a 1 or 2 week call up. They're now up there for the long haul. Of course, Demerit comes to mind. Waters, Harris, all those guys. But before we have to worry about any of that, the Braves have got to get better pitching across the board. They've got the talent. They've just got to be more consistent. So that brings us to tonight's game, and we'll go over the starting lineups here in a little bit. But looking at tonight's game, you got Stroman versus Max Fried. Now, Marcus Stroman, we all know him from the Mets, but he's a phenomenal young pitcher. I guess he's not as young as he used to be. He's 30 now. But he's got phenomenal stuff, but he is off to a rough start, and the Braves have got to take advantage of that. He has a 8.78 ERA, 14 Ks, and a 1.65 whip. Those are horrendous numbers. That's in 3 starts. One was at home against Milwaukee, where he pitched really well. This was the first start of the season. 5 innings, 1 earned run. Then in Colorado, he got banged around, 4 innings, 5 earned runs. And then against Tampa Bay last week, 4 1/3 innings, 7 earned runs. He's given up 3 home runs, 1 home run in each outing. So he can be gotten to. And you look at the fact that he's had 6 walks in 13 innings. the control just isn't there. But it's the beginning of the year, and a lot of these really good pitchers, it takes somewhere between the third and fifth start to really get going. Hopefully he doesn't find it tonight, and hopefully the Braves can take advantage of his struggles. But what we're looking at right now is Max Fried going out to the mound. Max Fried's been phenomenal. He needs to go out and have another great game and not put so much pressure on the Braves offense, because let's face it, we just had a couple really stinkers against the Marlins, and the Marlins always play us tough. Even in the years when we have very good records against the Marlins, they play us tough. Elder didn't have a great outing on Sunday. And then on Saturday, that was an absolute disaster on every end. You had Ian Anderson not pitching well. And then Strider came in when the Braves bats finally got going, and he had big time issues. And McHugh came in and he had a terrible, it was a bad night overall. And sometimes a team is just swinging the bat hot, and it doesn't matter who you throw out there. And so you got to wipe it away. But tonight is a big game. This is a big series. This is a big week, because next week, the beginning of the week, we go to New York to face the Mets for 4 games in 3 days. And that's going to be difficult, to say the least. So we hope we find a way to get it back on track this week, because you do not want to be stumbling into New York down out 7 games out of first place and desperately needing to win 3 out of 4. You'd like to go out here. Remember, the Mets have a difficult road right now. They are in St. Louis the rest of this series. Then they go to Philly. Then they play Atlanta, and then I believe they play the Phillies again next week. So that's a big deal in itself. You want to be able to, while you're playing teams that you should beat, while you're playing them, you want to be able to take advantage, because the Mets, like I said, they're playing the Cardinals right now, and I'm double checking the schedule right now as we speak, because I want to. Yes, okay, I was right. They are at St. Louis. They come home against Philly this weekend. So I had it backwards. Home against Philly, home against Atlanta, and then at Philly. I thought they were at Philly later in the week. So that's a big stretch for them. And then to finish it off, and even though it's the Washington Nationals, they'll finish off that stretch at Washington, which divisional games, we all know they can give you a hard time even when you're not playing the best team in the league. And they've got difficult games all throughout May. Look, the Mets still have to play Seattle and St. Louis again, and they got to go to San Francisco, and Colorado's been playing well. But you don't want to dig yourself too big of a hole. So let's get ready for Braves baseball, as first pitch is here in just moments. And go Braves. Let's go ahead and get at least 2 wins in this series. And hopefully Max Fried can continue to play really, really good baseball, and we can get on top of. I'd like to see him run Stroman out early, because the longer you let a good pitcher go in a game, the more he gets his feeling and the harder he is to get to. And the Cubs bullpen has not been strong this year, so we can take advantage of that too. Get ready for first pitch here on Braves Country Baseball.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
is a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Out of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous tide o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and pull up an armchair, boys and girls. I'm Mac McGee, and you're listening to Braves Country Baseball. We are live as the game is getting set for first pitch at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Max Fried will be on the mound tonight for the Atlanta Braves, and Marcus Stroman, the ex-New York Met, will be on the hill for the Chicago Cubs. Just before opening pitch, two ex-Braves, Drew Smiley and Chris Martin, got their World Series rings presented to them by Brian Snitker and Charlie Morton. Thought that was a cool touch, as two Braves that had a big piece of Braves getting to the playoffs last year. And we are almost set for first pitch. Looking at the starting lineup for the Chicago Cubs in center field and leading it off would be Michael Hermosillo. Seiya Suzuki will be batting second and playing right field. Patrick Wisdom playing third base and hitting third. Wilson Contreras, the cleanup hitter, and playing catcher. He is also the brother of William Contreras in the Atlanta Braves organization. Frank Schwindel, the first baseman, is batting fifth. Jan Gomes, the DH, is batting sixth. Nick Madrigal is batting seventh and playing second. And Ian Happ is in left field batting eighth, with Nico Horner playing short and batting ninth. Max Fried, four-seam fastball, curveball, slider, sinker, changeup, primarily comes on with the fastball and the curveball, and does like to go to that sinker. He has been starting to mix in the sinker and changeup more and more. So we'll keep an eye on that. When the Braves come to bat in the bottom of the inning, it'll be Ozzie Albies leading off and batting at second base. Olson is at first and batting second. Riley at third and batting third. Ozuna is in left field tonight, not in the DH role, and he's batting cleanup. Darnode behind the plate in fifth. Dickerson's the DH and batting sixth. Duvall's playing center and seventh. Travis Demerit in right, batting eighth, and Dansby Swanson at short. If you missed the news earlier, Eddie Rosario is expected to miss somewhere between 8 to 12 weeks because of blurred vision. He'll have laser eye surgery in the next couple of days, and we are set for Braves baseball. First pitch is low and inside, and it's 1-0. Max Fried facing Hermosillo. Hermosillo batting .311 on this young year. Here's the second pitch, and it swung on and grounded over to Dansby at short. Dansby flips it over to first, and Riley scoops it out of the dirt, and there's one away in the Chicago first. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. We are here every Tuesday and Friday night all throughout the season, and we'll bring as much as the playoffs as possible. Hopefully another deep run to another championship. It's a good night for baseball, good weather. Expected to be in the 60s tonight. And this will bring up Seiya Suzuki, the rookie from the Japanese league, but not a rookie by far, batting .354 and 4 home runs. 28-year-old steps in and takes the first pitch, and it is in for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing, as we're just getting started here. Here's the wind up in the delivery, and it is a curveball in the dirt, and it's 1-1. One pitch. Here's the kick and the throw, and swung on fastball, foul back out of play, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Rockies and Phillies are underway. 0-0 in the bottom of the second. Mets and Cardinals will be at it here towards the top of the hour in St. Louis. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Fried, and he misses with the fastball down around the ankles inside, and it's 2-2. Max Fried's pitching really well this young year. He had the difficult outing on opening day, but I felt like they just left him in too long. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and fouled off the foot of Suzuki. Hobbles around. He looks like he's going to be okay. Suzuki doing damage in the early season. It's a guy that coming over from overseas, technically a rookie, but he's been playing in the professional big leagues for quite some time. It's a really smooth swing and seems to stay behind the pitch, very well disciplined behind the plate. You don't see him chase a whole lot. He had to hobble around a little bit. Looks like Suzuki's okay. He's back in the box. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and it's a fastball inside, called for strike 3. And Suzuki caught looking, and there's 2 away. Nice pitch by Max. I think that's a good idea to go inside like that when you're hobbling around on that plant leg. It's going to be a tough pitch to turn on when you're sore like that. And Suzuki just kind of looked off and knew he'd been had. And that'll bring up Patrick Wisdom. Patrick Wisdom had a really good stretch last year where he became a fan favorite of the Chicago Cubs. He steps in, takes the first pitch, low for a ball, and it's 1-0. Wisdom batting .250 on the year, 2 home runs, 11 RBI. Here's the delivery, and he'll sneak in the curveball on the outside part of the plate. It's evened up at 1-1. We'll keep you abreast on all the scores around Major League Baseball as the game's going on and NBA playoffs. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is dragged foul. Slider lower part of the zone. And Wisdom's in the hole, 1-2. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing. Top of the first inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a curveball swung on and fouled at the plate. Darnold's on it, but Blue's going to call it out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Home plate umpire tonight is Alfonso Marquez. First base umpire, Lance Barrett. Your second base umpire is Quinn Walcott, and Clint Vondrak is your third base umpire. Here's the 1-2 delivery from Freed. He kicks and delivers it, swung on, and it's fisted over towards Dansby. Dansby has it, flips it over to first, broke the bat, but that'll get the Braves out of the inning. 3 up, 3 down to start it off. Good start for Max Fried and the Braves. They'll grab the bats. We'll be back in a flash.
I'll tell you the truth. My wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed. We can't stop laughing, you know. But I'll tell you what, when my wife does have sex, she screams. Ooh, especially when I walk in on her. Ooh. My kids, they don't help either. No good. Huh? My kids, they're very smart kids I got, you know. Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you. And my daughter, too. She's no bargain either, my daughter. You kidding? Well, she's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
You're great. I can't understand why they hate you so much.
Spalding led his White Stockings and a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party. The ball players in uniform, as for the first time the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves leading off here in the bottom of the first inning, and they'll face Marcus Stroman. Stroman throws the sinker, split finger, slider, cutter, four-seamer, has an 8.78 ERA as he had a couple of tough outings the last 2 times out. Looked good in his first outing, and he's ready for the first pitch. Chicago Cubs are in their traditional gray away uniforms with the blue caps. First pitch is swung on by Ozzie Albies, and Albies pulls the sinker down the first base line. It's 0-1. The Cubs will play Ozzie to shift, and here's a splitter on the outside part of the plate, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. One delivery and slider called for a strike. Nice pitch by Stroman, and it's 1-2. The Cubs gray uniforms have the Chicago in bold letters across the chest. 1-2 pitch, and that'll even it up. Splitter outside, and it's 2-2. Braves are in their traditional home whites with Braves across the chest and the tomahawk. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on, fisted, popped up into second base, and easy play, easy out, and there's one away in the Atlanta first. Ozzie swung at one that is a borderline pitch, too hard to let it go, but he was leaning and jammed himself. So one away on the put out by Madrigal. And here's the first pitch to Matt Olson as he lumbers into the box, and it's low below the knees, sinker, and it's 1-0. Austin Riley stands on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch from to Olson, swung on and pulled to the right side, hit it straight into the shift, and Madrigal will get that again. He'll flip it over to Schwindel, and there's quickly 2 away in the Atlanta first. Olson trying to hunt a fastball early, it looked like. Hit right into the shift. That's going to bring Austin Riley to the plate. And Austin Riley, batting third, playing third tonight, takes the first pitch, 92-mile-an-hour sinker. Might have been a touch inside, but it was a 50-50 ball. It's 0-1. Good job of framing by Contreras. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on. Fastball, fouled back out of the play behind home plate. And Riley's quickly down 0-2. Stroman's got great stuff and has pitched the Braves well when he was in New York. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on, and it's over Stroman's head, and this ball's going to get to Madrigal, and he's going to get the third out of the inning. So it was a Nick Madrigal kind of inning. 3 up, 3 down. The Cubs will grab the bats. It's 0-0.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
If we actually enjoyed our New Year's resolutions, we'd all have six packs, money in our saving accounts, and we'd know how to play the piano. I have to tell you about the one resolution I actually enjoy. It's Built Bar. It's delicious. Oh yeah, it's healthy too. Built Bar is healthier than your favorite protein bar. They're low cal, low sugar, high protein, high fiber, great for the keto diet. Lose or maintain weight while indulging. And with only 4 net carbs and 150 calories, there's no guilt. Visit BuiltBar.com.
Just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8.
On many summer day, I played baseball starting at 8 in the morning, running home at noon for a quick meal, and again with fielding and batting till it was too dark to see the ball. These were times when my head seemed empty of everything but baseball names and figures. I could name the players who led in batting and fielding and the pitchers who had won the most games. And I had my opinions about who was better than anybody else in the national game. Carl Sandburg.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried takes the hill once again, and he'll be facing Wilson Contreras, 255 on the year and 2 home runs already. First pitch is a curveball in the outside part of the plate, right at the knees, and it's 0-1. Contreras, the older brother of William Contreras, who we've seen quite a bit of here in Braves country. He digs in for the 0-1, and it's another curveball, and this time it swung on, and that ball is back down the line. And Contreras is on his horse, and here comes the throw. He's diving headfirst into second, and they say he's just under the tag. It's going to be a close bang-bang play. I'm sure they'll take a look at this one. Very close play. Good hustle by Contreras. He looks like to the naked eye that he was probably safe, but any play like that, I always hesitate because you never know when you get the second look at it, see if there's a better angle. It does. Yeah, it does look like his left hand got in before Dansby could apply the tag by about, as they slow it down, it makes it easy, but it was a millisecond, and be a leadoff double for the Cubs. Frank Schwindel takes the first pitch outside for a ball, curveball, 74 miles an hour, and upstairs it's 1-0. Schwindel batting .241, 2 home runs. The first baseman from the right-hand side of the plate, trying to get Contreras over to third with nobody out. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball swung on and fouled off of Schwindel's leg. And it's 1-1. Philly already up on Colorado 3-0 in the third. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing. Max Fried already in an early hole. You could tell that Contreras was looking for that curveball. That second pitch, he's stuck his foot in the ground and pushed it the other way, and it paid dividends. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a changeup swung on and missed on the outside part of the plate, just off the plate, and good pitch by Max. It's 1-2. If you missed the news earlier, Eddie Rosario at 8 to 12 weeks, he'll have laser eye surgery, and the hope is it will clear up his blurred vision. We'll be able to come back to Atlanta in about 8 to 12 weeks. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Max, and another changeup on the outside part of the plate, but fouled off and kept alive. It's 1-2. So Travis Demerit was added to the lineup tonight because of that. And now you've got Ozuna playing left field. We'll get to the moves here in a second that the Braves made and what they may do ahead. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball inside 96 miles an hour, just off the plate, keeping him honest, and it's 2-2. Right about where Darnode wanted it, because he gave the nod ahead to Max, basically saying, that's it, that's where I want it. Might be setting him up for something outside. We'll see. No, it looks like they're going back inside. Here's the 2-2 delivery. He's going to spin around and chase Contreras back over to second. No throw. We'll start it again. 2-2 count. Max looks, fires and deals, swung on, and 96 mile an hour fastball is fisted back into the seats. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing. Keep you abreast of what's going on in the NBA. Memphis is all over Minnesota early in that game. They're up 13-2 as they won't go back home. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and delivery swung on and foul tipped. No, it was not tipped. It was a strikeout. Darnode is able to block the plate. It looked like he might have got a piece of it first, but he did not. He got out in front of it and just missed the ball. The ball bounced on the ground. Darnode was able to backhand it, and he applied the tag to Wisdom as he was following through his swing. So Wisdom heads back to the dugout. Then a big strikeout there for Max Fried, leaving Contreras at second. And that'll bring up Yan Gomes. Yan Gomes, who's bounced around the league, said quite a long career. You might remember him as a Washington National, takes the first curveball outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. For you Braves fans out there, yes, Jason Hayward is still a Chicago Cub, not in the lineup tonight. as he is pretty much a platoon player at this point. The tough lefties he sits for normally. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Fried, and it's a curveball at the knees just outside the zone. Blues calling it tight tonight, and it's 2-0. Alfonso Marquez is known to have a pretty tight strike zone, but pretty consistent from what I've seen before. 2-0 delivery. Darno sets up outside. Here's the kick in the pitch, and it's swung on, and it's hit back up the middle, but right to Ozzie. Ozzie flips it over to first, and there's 2 away. Contreras races over to third, 90 feet away for the game's first run. The Cubs are threatening to score, and that's going to bring up Nick Madrigal, also from the right-hand side of the plate. Not a lot of teams like to put their lefties in against Fried, as he has nasty delivery, especially the slider and that curveball. Tough customer against lefties, so you normally see these right-handed at bats. Here's the first pitch, 96-mile-an-hour fastball inside and well off the plate. It's 1-0. Madrigal batting .213 on the year. As Contreras inches his way down the line, Blue gives a timeout. Looked like that one might have been coming from Darno, so he might have wanted to reset the pitch. So here's the 1-0 pitch from Fried, leg kick in the delivery, and it's a beauty, a slider inside at the knees. Nice pitch by Max, evens it up at 1-1. Max tends to get working much faster as the innings go on. Usually first, second inning, he's kind of methodical out there. If he's going well in the middle innings, you'll see the pace pick up. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's swung on and dragged over to Riley. Riley's got it, fires it over to first, and that's out number 3. So the Braves are out of the threat. We'll stay tied at 0-0. We'll be back in a flash. Braves are coming to the plate.
Hey, is that a T-bone?
No, there's no T-bone.
Why no T-bone?
Why no T-bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
They show you the ads for the gym. You know, they always show you, try to get you to join up. They show you the before and after guy. I always like the before guy, frankly. Yeah, he looks a little chubby. He also looks like he has a box of donuts and a lot of friends. That after guy's got a weird look in his eye. Looks like he takes his shirt off when he shouldn't.
For the past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. When you look around, wouldn't you consider it privilege to associate yourself with such a fine-looking man as is standing in uniform in this ballpark today? That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Chicago Cubs, bottom of the second. Nobody on the board yet. Marcell Ozuna's due up. It'll be Ozuna, Darno, and Dickerson here in the bottom of the second. And Marcus Stroman kicks and fires, and it's a 93-mile-an-hour fastball down the heart of the plate, and it's 0-1. Jacob deGrom and the Mets had an MRI this weekend, and here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is called for a fastball. A little liberal with that strike zone that time, but it's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Stroman as he's starting to work a little faster. He kicks and fires, and Ozuna rips it into right field. Cubs were playing in the shift, and he hit it right where the second baseman normally stands. Nobody anywhere close to there, as Schwindel was by his lonesome on the right-hand side, and there's a leadoff single for the Atlanta Braves. DeGrom's MRI came back positive news, and they'll do it again, they say, in about 3 to 4 weeks. And if everything goes well, he could be throwing by sometime in mid to late May. First pitch to d'Arnaud is inside, sinker, and it's 1-0. Stroman gets the sign from Contreras, sets up outside, and Stroman kicks and fires, and just below the strike zone, Contreras doesn't like it. It's 2-0. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing, as Stroman zips it past d'Arnaud. Looked like the slider, and it's 2-1. 2-1 pitch on the way from Stroman and swung on. That time it was a slider, and d'Arnaud just swung over the top of it. It's quickly 2-2. Stroman really starting to work fast here. Here's the 2-2 pitch, set up inside, swung on, and fought off down the right field line. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing. Bottom of the second, Marcell Ozuna leading off first. Contreras sets up outside, and it swung on and ripped into left field. Good defensive play by the Cubs left fielder, Ian Happ, as he had to get down to one knee. That ball kind of took off on him and got a little top spin, but he was able to keep Ozuna at second. So the Braves have something cooking here in the bottom of the second. 2 singles to start off the inning, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Alex Dickerson. Alex Dickerson off to an awful start this year, batting .080 on the year, but did hit a home run over the weekend. He takes the first pitch. It's a slider outside, called for a ball, and it's 1-0. Cubs playing on the shift, but at double play depth. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Back at the track is Hermosillo. He'll make the catch, but was on his back foot, so he gets it in. Ozuna races to third, and the Braves have him on the corners with 1 away. Good base running by Ozuna. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to make it, but that last step was kind of a step back, and Ozuna took advantage of it. The throw wasn't a particularly good throw. d'Arnaud, not the fastest runner. He may have even been able to grab second, but smart by Travis to stay where he was. So runners on the corners for the Braves. They're threatening here in the bottom of the second in a scoreless game, and that'll bring up Adam Duvall to the plate. Adam Duvall off to a slow start, batting .186. And here's the first pitch, and it's a sinker high in the zone, swung on and fouled back out of play, and it's 0-1. Anything fairly deep in the outfield would score Ozuna. Of course, Duvall would like to do more than that, but an early lead would do the Braves a great deal of good as they've struggled of late. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and hit deep into right field off his back foot, making the catch of Suzuki. He'll fire it back towards the infield, but Marcell Ozuna is going to come across to score, and the Braves lead it 1-0. Good piece of defense by Suzuki as he had to drift back. He knew he wasn't going to get Ozuna at the plate with the momentum carrying him back towards the warning track, but getting that ball back in quickly kept d'Arnaud at first. So the Braves get a run. We're up 1-0, and that'll bring up the rookie Travis Demeritte to the plate. First pitch is a nasty slider at the knees inside, and it's 0-1. Demeritte went 1 for 2 the other night in a walk. Good looking young outfielder with some speed, and they're hoping he can play a good role here as Rosario's out. Here's the first pitch, and Demeritte drags it over to short, and it's going to be a quick out, and Demeritte's retired. So that'll do it and end the inning, but not before the Atlanta Braves score 1. They lead it 1-0.
You know what your problem is? You're really cute, so no one ever told you to shut your pie hole.
You think I'm cute?
Shut your pie hole!
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about, but not anymore. Now that I've found the oh-so-chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines, and now baseball cards, printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes, brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bat. It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0 over the Chicago Cubs, just getting going here. We're heading to the top of the third. Thank you for spending your Tuesday night here with Braves Country Baseball here on the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night with Braves baseball. Thursday night, we do the game of the week. This week, I'll be doing the Braves Cubs. And here's the first pitch by Max Fried, and it's for a ball. It's 1-0. Fried working a little faster now. He delivers, and it's a changeup inside, and Ian Happ gets a hold of it, and that baby's going back, back, back. That baby's gone. A solo shot by Ian Happ, and the Cubs have tied it up 1-1. That was just a good old-fashioned changeup that sat across the heart of the plate, and Happ did not miss it. It's one of those ones I know that as soon as Fried let go of it, he was thinking, nah, and he hit it anyways. So getting that early lead is all for naught. It's tied up now. And the batter's Nico Horner. Nico swings at the first pitch, and he hammers it into right field, and there's a single, and there's one on, nobody out. Max Fried getting in a little bit of trouble here in the top of the third. Cubs won, Braves won. Braves came across the score on a sac fly at bottom of the second, and the Cubs first pitch swinging, second pitch swinging, Happ put one in the seats, solo shot to lead off the inning. Here's the first pitch to Michael Hermosillo. He's batting 311 on the year, grounded out in the first. 111 on the year, excuse me, grounded out the first, and he takes a slider for a strike. It's 0-1. 0-1 blue calls time. Not sure who called it there. Might have been Hermosillo, but I didn't see him move. He might have just asked for it verbally without making the motion. We're set back here to, here's the pitch, and swung on, and slider banged foul, and it's 0-2. Braves and Cubs tied 1-1. Top of the third inning with one on. 0-2 delivery to Hermosillo from Max Fried. And Max kicks and fires, and it's a curveball on the outside part of the plate. Swung on and missed. Could not reach it. And there's one away. Nice pitch by Max. That curveball looks like it's going to hit high in the zone. Once you commit like that, your momentum just kind of carries you through the swing. And it's a strikeout for the first out in the inning. That'll bring up the dangerous bat of Seiya Suzuki. Suzuki, first year with the Chicago Cubs. He's getting ready for the first pitch, and Max deals and delivers, and outside it's 1-0. Braves playing Suzuki to pull in the infield, pretty much straight away, but deep in the outfield. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider inside, and it's now 2-0. Seiya Suzuki will be 28 years old later this year. He's actually still just 27, coming over from the Japanese league. Born in Japan. Had 182 home runs in his career over there. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a slider high in the zone, swung on and fouled back. It's 2-1. $182 home runs, 562 RBIs, and 82 stolen bases. He did that in about 7 seasons over there. So here's the 2-1. Nope, Max is going to flip it over to first, trying to catch Horner leaning, and good pickoff move, but Horner was underneath the tag. We'll do it again at 2-1. Good thing for Horner that he was already kind of leaning back and scooching back towards first, because that was a really good pick off move by Fried. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on and grounded over to Danzy. Danzy flips it over to Ozzie. Ozzie relays it to Olsen, and it's a tailor-made 6-4-3 double play. So just like that, the Braves are out of the inning. The Cubs tie it up off of the solo shot from Happ. The Braves get out of it. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
What does it take to break you? What does it take to break your focus because you get frustrated about what happened on the last play? What does it take to make you give in? because it's hot outside, or you're tired, or you don't feel like running to the ball or giving effort or finishing the play like you should, because of how you feel, whether you're a little bit hurt, what does it take to break you? It's going to be difficult because you're getting yourself ready to play an entire season at a high level. So everybody here has got to have a lot of mental toughness to be able to sustain what we do at a high level.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown, Alabama! Devontae Smith, touchdown, Alabama! And the Crimson Tide has once again ascended to the top of the college football mountain.
Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated.
Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him. Teague's got the ball.
Well, congratulations to the LSU Tigers, the 2008 BCS National Champion.
Armchair.
Roger Connor of the New York Giants was the era's greatest home run hitter. He smashed 138 during his career, a record which would stand until Babe Ruth came along.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Chicago Cubs are tied up here. 1-1. The first pitch to Dansby Swanson from Stroman is swung on and hit high into center field. Hermosillo goes back for a second, but retracts his steps and goes into shallow center to make the catch, and there's one away. That'll bring up the top of the order again. Ozzie Albies. He'll take the first pitch high, fastball, and it's 1-0. Magical Horner and Schwindel are all to the right of the second base bag, and here's a sinker on the outside part of the plate, swung on, and it is driven to the left side of the second base bag. Giving it chase was Magical, trying to make a backhanded stab, but could not get to it, and it's a one-out single for Ozzie Albies. Good piece of hitting by Ozzie. Just hit them where they ain't. Would love to see more of that of Ozzie. Put the ball on the ground more and guide it more with his speed. He's a hard out when the ball's hit on the ground. That's going to bring up Matt Olson. Matt Olson's 0 for 1. Swung early in the count and grounded out to first the first time up. And on the 1-0 pitch, it's inside. Cutter. Nice pitch by Stroman. And he evens it up at 1-1. Magical Horner and Schwindel both all to the right side of the bag again. Here's a fastball swung on and hit high and deep into left field. Going back on the track is Happ. He's got it, makes the catch, and Ozzie will scamper back to first, and there's 2 away. Olson gave it a ride, probably 7 to 10 feet shy, putting the Braves up by 2, but instead that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley hitting .290 on this young season, already 4 home runs. Stroman flips it over to first to keep Ozzie honest. Prime stealing position here. And the Cubs are playing Riley to pull. And the first pitch is a slider on the outside part of the plate, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Huge gap on the right side of the infield. Schwindel's holding on Ozzie, and then nobody is within 3 feet of the second base bag to the left. And here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and popped up. Easy play for Hermosillo. Whoa, he almost had a gaff there. I don't know if he lost it in the lights for a second or what, but he makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So a quick inning. We'll head to the top of the fourth. Braves and Cubs are tied 1-1.
You saying you want a piece of me?
I can drop you like a bag of dirt.
You want a piece of me? You got it! Okay. I'm ready to rock.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks. We are Armchair Quarterbacks on Facebook. Find us today. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Beware, my friend, and let me warn you. They're thinking of taking a bums to California. Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without some love.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Denton True Young was an ungainly, out-of-place farm boy when he came to the Cleveland Spiders in 1890. Even his teammates took to calling him Cy, short for Cyrus, because he seemed so countrified. But Cy Young held the Chicago White Stockings to just 3 hits to win his first game, and then went on to win 510 more before he was through, a record never even approached by any other pitcher.
Well, welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch is a fastball inside, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Cubs 1, Braves 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and fastball got away from Fried for a second, up around the eyes. Wisdom's okay, but he had to drop to the deck, and it's 1-1. 1-1 delivery on the way. Slider swung on and hit high and deep into center field, but playable for Duvall, and there's one away in the Chicago fourth. If you missed it earlier today, the so-called Yankee letters were released, and essentially what came of that is proof that the Yankees, Red Sox, and Astros were all cheating back in the 2017-2018 time period. A little different. The Astros were using the trash cans, but Yankees, which had always been hidden before, it's been shown that they were using the monitors inside the clubhouse to relay signs. It's not quite to the level of the Astros, but Yankees and Red Sox have been outed, so to speak. Here's the first pitch to Contreras, swings on a pitch inside, and he fists it over to first base. A soft pop up to Olsen, and there's 2 away. Cubs 1, Braves 1. Top of the fourth, 2 away. Frank Schwindel is to the plate, and he'll take the first pitch. Fastball, 95 miles an hour, right at the top of the zone. And it's 0-1. Schwindel, 237 hitter, and swung at the changeup on the outside part of the plate, bangs it foul, and it's quickly 0-2. Fried having a pretty quick inning so far, despite the trouble last inning. Just 45 pitches into the night here in the fourth inning. If he can get out of this quickly, he can be set up for a long. And there's another timeout. Man, that's the third or fourth call for time tonight. And it's both sides getting it. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a changeup way outside the zone, downstairs near the left-sided batter's box, and it's 1-2. 1-2 delivery on the way, and it's a changeup that drops right in front of the plate, in front of the catcher, and it's 2-2. 2-2 delivery from Max Fried. He kicks and fires and swung on. Fastball could not catch up with it. We'll do it again at 2-2. Two-two pitch. Top of the fourth. Nobody out to Schwindel and swung on. Fastball banged foul down the right field line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Schwindel staying alive here. Seventh pitch of the at bat on the way. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Curveball swung on. That's foul down the third base line. We will do it again at 2-2. Frank Schwindel, the number 5 hitter, first baseman for the Chicago Cubs. Big right-handed hitter. Batting .237 with 2 home runs and a .664 OPS. And we have another call for time. Schwindel steps out of the box for a second. And here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on. And this ball is hit into left field, and it's going to drop in front of Ozuna for a base hit. And it's a 2-out single for Frank Schwindel. Fastball just got too much of the inside part of the plate. He was able to turn on it. And that'll bring up Yan Gomes. Yan Gomes batting .250 on the year. Braves and Cubs tied up. One is your score, top of the fourth. And the first pitch to Yan Gomes from the right-handed side of the plate is a called strike. Looked like the slider on the outside part of the plate. Upstairs, it's 0-1. If he were to reach, Madrigal is sitting on deck. Happ is in the hole. Happ homered earlier in the game. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt. Good eye by Gomes, taken for a ball, and it's 1-1. Braves are playing Gomes on a slight shift. Ozzie is to the right side of second, but he's playing very close to second base. So there is a hole on the right-hand side of the infield as Olsen holds the runner. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Fried. He kicks and fires and swung on and fouled back. Looked like a high changeup. And it's 1-2. Max Fried would love to get out of this now. He was cruising along here and has now, with 2 outs, coming up on his 10th pitch since the 0-2 count at previous batter. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and it's fouled back out of play, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Pretty good crowd out here tonight on a Tuesday evening here in Atlanta, Georgia. Truist Park, home of your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. He kicks and fires and swung on and hit down the right field line. Demerit gives it chase. He makes a sliding catch in foul territory. What a great play. Travis Demerit makes a sliding catch, sticks out his glove, and the Braves are out of the inning. Put that one on the highlight reel. We'll head to break. The Braves will grab the bats, leading, tied up all at 1 apiece. We head to the bottom of the 4th.
Emotional, damn it.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Make 2021 your year. Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Mike Kelly was the trickiest player who ever handled a baseball. There was nothing he would not attempt. Baseball rules were never made for Kel.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. As the Atlanta Braves leading off with Marcell Ozuna, and pitches on the way, swung on and grounded over to third base and quickly went away in the bottom of the 4th. Ozuna had singled his first time up. Incredible play by the rookie Travis Demerit to finish the top of the 4th. Here's the first pitch to Travis d'Arnaud. Fastball swung on and missed high in the zone. And it's 0-1. Looks like they're taping up Demerit over in the dugout. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a sinker at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 0-2. Might have got a raspberry over there as he slid in and made the catch. Great catch by the rookie. And here's the 0-2 delivery to Travis d'Arnaud. They set up outside, and it's a ball low below the knees outside, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch is on the way, and it's a slider. And did he go? First base umpire is going to say that he did, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta 4th. Looked like he might have went. Looked like the bat head went over broke the plane. So that'll bring up Alex Dickerson, and Stroman moving along very quickly here. Just 41 pitches in the night. First pitch is at the knees, and it's 0-1. 0-1 delivery is a fastball high, and it's 1-1. Cubs 1, Braves 1. 1-1 delivery on the way, and it's a cutter swung on and popped up, can of corn in the infield. Third baseman has it. Wisdom's underneath it. He'll make the grab, and that'll do it. Just like that. Bang, bang, bang. The Braves' fourth inning's over. We'll head to the top of the fifth. Braves and Cubs tied at 1.
Hi, I'm your biological dad.
Hi.
My name's Rob.
Well, that's ironic.
Why is that?
Because it's kind of like what you did in my childhood.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Kelly and other carousing Chicago players were widely blamed for losing the championship to St. Louis in 1886. That winter, an exasperated Spaulding sold Kelly to Boston for the unheard of sum of $10,000. Chicago fans were devastated, but Boston fans were so delighted they presented their new star with a house and a carriage drawn by 2 white horses in which to ride to the ballpark.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves facing the Chicago Cubs, and the 1-0 pitch is on the way for Max Fried. He kicks and fires, and it's high and outside, and it's 2-0. Magical's 0 for 1 on the night, batting .208 on the year. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Max Fried, and it's a fastball, the top of the zone, clips him for a strike, and it's 2-1. Magical did not like it. It's kind of shaking his head to Blue. It was one of those 50-50 balls. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a slider on the outside part of the plate, and Magical really didn't like that one, and now it's tied up at 2-2. He actually turns back and says something to Blue. That used to be a huge no-no. You show up an ump like that, you're not going to get a call for the rest of the night. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and grounded over to Riley. Grounded over first base. Riley scoops it, flips it, and there's one away in the Chicago fifth. We're just flying through this game. 2 pitchers with pretty low pitch numbers, and of course, a low-scoring game already in the top of the fifth, just about an hour into the ball game. And that'll bring up Ian Happ. He's 1 for 1, hit a solo shot in the third to tie the game up. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball down Main Street, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. I don't know if Happ will see a changeup again this tonight from Fried. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a slider, just falls off the table below the knees. Good eye by Happ, and it's 1-1. Horner stands on deck. Hermosillo, the leadoff hitter, is in the hole. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it swung on, and this one's pulled over to Riley. He's charging. He fires it over to first, and it skips across the ground. Olson's not able to make the backhanded stab, and he'll reach via error. Tough play for Riley. We'll see how they score, but I would think that would have to be an error. That was a tough play. The ball short hopped him maybe 4 feet, 5 feet from his glove. And so the ball did go into the dugout, and they have now put the runner Ian Happ on second, and they have scored it an error. So here's the first pitch to Nico Horner. High for a ball. It's 1-0. Riley rushed the throw just a little bit, had a little time. Happ has good wheels, but it was a pretty hard hit ball. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider on the outside part of the plate called for a strike, maybe even a little off the plate, and it's 1-1. And Horner looks back at Blue. He's not happy. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it swung on it, ripped down the third base line, just foul. That could have been trouble. We'll do it again. It's now 1-2 the count. Runner on second. Horner at the plate, top of the order, on the way. Max Fried trying to dance out of trouble here. And here's the 1-2 pitch. He'll kick and fire it, and swung on. It's a comebacker to Fried. Fried now has happened a rundown, and they're going to get him in a pickle. Riley flips it over to Ozzie. Ozzie gets him for the out, and there's 2 away. Ozzie's holding his hand. Don't know if he jammed his wrist on the tag. See if he's okay. Not what you want to see. The last thing the Braves can afford is now yet another injury. He plied it on his back, fell to the ground. I guess Ozzie's okay. Maybe he was just trying to adjust the ball coming out. He originally, the way he came up and wincing, but I think he's okay. So runner on first, 2 away, and the first pitch is a swinging strike, curveball falling off the table to Hermosillo, and it's 0-1. Hermosillo already 0 for 2 on this quick night here in Braves country. They're going to play Hermosillo to shift, but Ozzie is right of the second base bag. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a curveball in the dirt. Nico Horner is going to take off to second, and Darnode fires it up to second to Ozzie Albies. But Horner at second and plenty of time. Ball got away, and Horner with good speed. He did not hesitate. He took off on the first giddy up, and they'll score that a wild pitch. So a 1-1 pitch now, and Horner's now where Happ was. So here's the delivery. He kicks and fires at a fastball inside off the plate, and it's 2-1. Braves and Cubs are tied up here. 1 apiece. Max looks into the Darnode, gets the sign, looks back over his shoulder, lifts the glove, kicks and fires, swung on, and 4-seam fastball just at the top of the zone, swung on and missed. Kind of an excuse me swing, and it's 2-2. Two-two pitch from Fried as he's looks off the sign from Darnode, gets a brand new set of signs. Here's the 2-2 pitch And no, another time. Blue gives time again behind the plate. My word, that's at least the 6th time, if not 7th timeout they've given behind the plate. Majority of them have been with Fried on the hill. So we're set for action again. 2-2 pitches, a fastball inside, and they pop Horner. And they get him right on the arm, and he'll head down to first base with a hit by pitch. Right there on the elbow, but he has an elbow pad on, so he should be okay. I don't think that was intentional. Back in the day when a batter would ask for that many timeouts, you would get one in the ribs, but I don't believe that one's intentional. The game's changed quite a bit, and I don't think Max was trying to put him on. You do that to Bob Gibson or Don Drysdale, you're definitely getting or Pedro Martinez, you're definitely getting a rib sandwich, as he used to call it. So runners on first and second, 2 away, and now the dangerous bat of Seiya Suzuki. That's another reason why I don't believe Max was throwing intentional. I think it was just an inside pitch that got away from him. Suzuki's 0 for 2, but batting .340 on this young year with 4 home runs. Here's the first pitch to Suzuki. They set up inside, and it's a fastball pulled to the left-hand side. Just going to go foul. Riley had backhanded it, was ready to fire it over to first, but the ball kicks foul, and it's 0-1. Big spot here for Max Fried. If he can get through this, I think they'll send him back out for the 6th and try to get a quality start. He's pitched well. 1-1 is your score. Suzuki's back in the box. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Max. He kicks and fires and swung on and pulled foul again. It's 0-2. That looked like the slider. Little downstairs. So 0-2 pitch, 2 on, 2 out. 0-2 count to Seiya Suzuki. Lefty-righty matchup here. The Braves ace versus the Cubs big free agent acquisition. Here's the 0-2, and it's in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-2. Curveball just missed off the plate. Good job by Darno to block the ball from getting away from him, keeping the runners at bay. So they'll stay at first and second. One-two pitch from Darno. Now up to 76 pitches on the evening. Here's the 1-2 delivery. So he gets set. He kicks and fires, and strike 3, curveball on the outside part of the plate. Suzuki does not like it, but does not argue. He heads back to the dugout, and we'll head to break. The Braves will grab the bats. Duvall, Demerit, and Swanson on the way. We'll be back in a flash.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
I love King Kelly. I just love King Kelly. It's one of the great stories, my favorite. There's a day when he was sitting on the bench, and the rule at that time was that if you wanted to substitute for a player, all you had to do was announce yourself. So a foul ball comes in the direction of the bench. Kelly stands up, yells out, "Kelly now catching for Boston," catches the ball, and it's recorded as an out. This is the trickster. This is the villain. This is the fool. He is also a great player. He is all the wonderful archetypes of baseball wrapped into one. And he also managed to drink himself to death before he hit the age of 40. So that's also an archetype, alas, in baseball.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves and Cubs are tied up 1 apiece as we get set for action. And Adam Duvall comes to the plate. First pitch by Stroman is swung on, foul back out of play, and it's 0-1. Duvall, first plate appearance, was not recorded as it was a sac fly RBI, the only run of the game for the Braves so far. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Duvall, and it's a slider outside the zone taken for a ball, and it's 1-1. Braves have been helping out Stroman. Low pitch count. We're here in the 5th inning. He's only at 46th pitch will be on the way. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a heater upstairs, fouled back against the screen, and it's 1-2. Cubs are playing the Braves center fielder to pull. Everyone but the first baseman is left of the second base bag. Schwindel's about 30 feet off first. Here's the 1-2 pitch upstairs, fouled back fastball, and out of play. It's 1-2. Braves would love to see Duvall get going, hitting 180 on this young season. No home runs. He had 38 home runs, 111 RBI last year. I'd like to see some kind of a duplication of those numbers. So he did hit for low batting average. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a slider in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. Cubs won, Braves won, bottom of the 5th inning. Thank you for tuning in to Braves Country Baseball here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night. The 2-2 delivery swung on and fouled back again, 92 miles an hour down the heart of the plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. Good job by Duvall keeping this alive and working the count a little bit. You really need to make Stroman work, get into that Cubs bullpen, who've been up and down all year. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's a fastball upstairs, swung on and missed. Strike 3. That ball is probably just above the zone, but too close to take. And there's one away in the Atlanta 5th. Travis Demerit gets to the plate, batting .400 on this limited season so far. Here's the first pitch, and it swung on and hit high and deep over down the right field line. It's gone, baby. Travis Demerit with his first career home run. That ball got over the right field fence in the chop house in a hurry. What an absolute shot. Zip, boom, bam. It's 2-1. Demerit just stepped into the pitch, and the fastball provided most of the carry. He just stepped into it and got it elevated. And that short porch and right just got over the Coors Light wall. And it's 2-1 Atlanta. First pitch to Dansby Swanson is high for a ball. It's 1-0. It's got to be a great feeling for that young man. Here's the 1-0 pitch down below the knees and off the plate, and it's 2-0. Look like the slider. Here's the 2-0 delivery to Dansby, and slider high in the zone, taken for a strike. It's 2-1. Travis Demerit making it 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Dansby. Nice pitch by Stroman. Slider biting the knees on the inside, and it's 2-2. And as all the young guys will do once they get in the dugout, he's telling everyone the tale of the home run. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and good job of Dansby staying alive. He had to reach out and just get the bat head on that, fouled it back to the wall. We'll do it again at 2-2. William Woods was added to the Braves roster today in absence of Eddie Rosario, who's out 8 to 12 weeks. If you're just joining us, having laser eye surgery. Here's the 2-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, upstairs for a ball. It's 3-2. 1 out, nobody on. Braves lead it by 1. Dansby Swanson ready for the full count. Stroman kicks and fires and swung on, and in between the shift, Dansby Swanson lifts it into left field. Unbelievable. You talk about a hit them where they ain't. The second base and shortstop of the Cubs were playing to the left of second base. Both of them were going for the ball, and the one spot on the infield where the two of them could not get to it, outstretched gloves, and Dansby's on for a 1-out single. I thought Magical was going to be able to get to it, but just out of his reach, and that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. First pitch is inside, called for a ball, and it's 1-0. Ozzie Albies, 5'8", 165, digs in for the 1-0 pitch and swung on, and whoa, he loses the bat. The bat takes off, and thankfully those screens are there. As the bat boy, actually that's Matt Olson picks it up for him to give it to him. Ozzie's going to sand it down for a second and put some more pine tar on it as it rolled around on the dirt. That bat took off. It was a strike, and it's 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch, setting up outside, fastball high, and Contreras is going to fire it down to first base. Dansby's underneath the tag, and it's back safely at first, and the count is 2-1. Contreras flipped it down there, looked like one of the old school Javi Lopez flips down to first, trying to catch the guy on first napping. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Ozzie in down below the knees, but he swings anyways, and it fouls it out of play, and it's 2-2. Definitely swung at ball 3 there. Two is the count. Runner on first. Dansby leading off. Stroman kicks and fires to Contreras and swung on and fouled back up against the catcher and his equipment. Contreras kind of shakes his leg, and it's 2-2. Right now, the Braves only have listed, if you look at their roster, Dickerson, Duvall, Heredia, and Ozuna, as they have Demerit listed as an infielder, but Demerit can play infield and outfield, and he's playing right field tonight. Stroman flips it over to first to keep Dansby honest. And here's the 2-2 pitch from Stroman, setting up outside again. Will they pitch out? Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's high and off the plate. Almost pitch out territory, and it's 3-2. Matt Olson stands on deck. So here we go. 3-2 count. Dansby's running. Here's fired on and swung on and into center field. And oh my word, Michael Hermosillo badly plays the ball. It's going to get behind him. Dansby's got to keep running. He comes around to score, and Ozzy's going to be safe at third. The Braves lead it 3-1. Michael Hermosillo was charging the ball, and the ball took, I guess, a funny hop on him. We'll get the look at it here again in a second. Scooched under his glove. Ozzy put the ball in play. Dansby was on the run, and he charged it. Probably should have just let it fall because it short hopped maybe a foot or so in front of Hermosillo, got underneath his glove. And lucky for him, Ian Happ was backing it up on the play. If Ian Happ doesn't get there, Ozzy's going to go all the way around to score. See how they score that. I don't think he touched the ball, so Ozzy may get. They are going to say it's a fielding error. Okay. It's going to be a single by Ozzy Albies with a fielding error, and the run scored, but no RBI. The Braves lead at 3-1. They're going out to the mound to talk to Stroman now. What a change of events here. And that'll bring Big Matt Olson to the plate, probably talking about whether or not they want to face him. They could pitch around him. Here's the first pitch to Olson. It's a fastball inside, just inside, and it's 1-0. The Cubs are playing the infield in, little more than halfway in. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a cutter on the outside part of the plate. He'll take it for a strike, and it's 1-1. Olson trying to find something low that he can drive. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball high and swung on and missed right there in his kitchen, probably just off the plate, and it's 1-2. Good pitch by Stroman. Austin Riley stands on deck. If anything gets going past that, Ozuna's in the hole. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a 92-mile-an-hour sinker high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. Braves 3, Cubs 1. Olson asked for time this time. Here's the 2-2 pitch. They set up inside and kicks and fires, and they're going to call it for an inside strike. Olson does not like it, thought it was a little high, looked like it could be a little high, but too close to take. And there's 2 away in the Atlanta 5th. showing the pitch again. It was definitely just outside of the zone, but he's had kind of a wider but pretty consistent strike zone. I just think you got to swing at it. You can't, especially with the runner on third. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it's a fastball down the heart of the plate. It's 0-1. Infield moves back. Ozzy standing on third. Riley's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. They play him to pull. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back, up against the track, up against the wall, and Hermosillo makes the catch. He slams into the wall. He makes the catch to end the inning. So great defensive play by Hermosillo, but not before the Braves score 2. Demerit home run, and Swanson coming around to score on the air. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Baseball.
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario, you get the smartest cat in the world. He still craps in your house. I'll tell you what, Kitty. Instead of getting a cat, why don't we all just stop flushing?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I was a natural-born kicker, bent upon making trouble for others. I had an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever the opportunity offered. Cap Anson.
His real name was Adrian Constantine Anson, but those who cheered him for 27 years knew him first as Baby, then as Cap, and finally as Pop. He was the greatest player of his century. Anson played every position but pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics, then joined Spalding's Chicago White Stockings and became first baseman and captain. He batted over 300 for 20 consecutive seasons, drove in 1,700 runs, and was the first man ever to accumulate 3,000 hits. Chicago fans loved Anson, but his players did not. He was too stern a taskmaster for that, imposing bed checks, levying $100 fines for beer drinking, insisting they report for a new early season workout he called spring training. Cap Anson was the symbol, one writer said, of all that was strong and good in baseball.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball as the Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1, and first pitch is outside for a strike. It's 1-0. Max Fried against Patrick Wisdom, and 1-0 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back against the wall. Ozuna makes the catch with his back up against the left field wall. He'll bang the Wellstar sign, and there's one away. Patrick Wisdom gave it a ride. Max Fried knows he got away from one there. He hung that slider right in the zone. That'll bring Wilson Contreras to the plate. He hit a double in his first time up. He's 1 for 2 on the night. Here's the first pitch, and it's a curveball swung on and swung over the top for a strike. It's 0-1. Contreras, the brother of William Contreras, who's down on the farm for the Braves down in Gwinnett. Wilson digs in. The 0-1 pitch is a fastball off the plate, and it's 1-1. Three-1 is your score. Atlanta scored 2 in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it swung on. Changeup just off the plate and missed, and it's 1-2. The rookie Travis Demerit hit a liner over the right field wall to make it 2-1. And then Dansby Swanson had a seeing eye single that turned into a run as Contreras asks for time, and they'll give it to him. Once again, it's 1-2. Swanson was running on the play. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit to the right side, down on the ground. Ozzy's got it. He'll flip it over to first. And there's 2 away in the Chicago 6th. The ball was coming in hot from Ozzy's bat into center field, and Hermosillo tried to charge it, and the ball short hopped him, maybe a foot or two in front of him, got under his glove, went all the way to the warning track. Happ cut it off before it got to the wall, keeping Ozzy on third, or it would have been inside the Parker. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's a curveball. 0-1 to Schwindel. Swung on and missed. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a changeup just off the plate. Good eye by Frank Schwindel, and it's 1-1. Schwindel fought through a long at bat last time up versus Fried. I know Fried doesn't want a replay of that. 86th pitch of the night on the way. 2 outs, 1-1 count, and kicks and fires. Change up on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-2. Schwindel, the number 5 hitter, Jan Gomes, the designated hitter, is standing on deck with Madrigal in the hole. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Darnode sets up outside. Whoa! And it's a fastball way outside the zone, all the way back to the backstop, and it's 2-2. Fried kind of kicking where he landed, might have slid a little bit when he kicked and fired. He did lose his balance. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but you see him kind of scuffling where his foot was at to make sure there's a little more traction next time up there. So Fried is ready to roll. Schwindel gets back in the box on the 2-2 count. Max kicks and fires, and curveball swung on and pulled foul. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 3, Cubs 1, top of the 6th inning, the first of a 3-game set. We'll have tonight's game and Thursday night's game here on Braves Country. 7:20 first pitch Thursday night. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and hit down the right field line, giving chases Travis Demerit, and he'll make the catch. And that'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Braves 3, Cubs 1.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game.
And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See, but one thing about it though, you know, it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee bringing you the action. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night. We will have the Thursday night game of the week this week, and it will be Cubs Braves, 7:21 pitch. We'll also be keeping you up to date with everything going on in the NFL draft that night. So here's the first pitch. Stroman stays in the game, 73rd pitch on the night to Ozuna, and it is a slider on the outside part of the plate, right at the knees, and it's 0-1. Quick scoreboard glance for you. Mariners lead the Rays 8-0 at the bottom of the second. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a slider out of the zone taken for a ball, and it's 1-1. They'll get a new ball in for Stroman as he tries to clean his cleats off on the back mound. Yankees 6-3 in the sixth over the Orioles. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is in the dirt. Fastball and banged into the dirt, and it's 2-1. Blue Jays 2, Red Sox 1. That game's in the top of the sixth. Mets leading the Cardinals 2-0, bottom of the third. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on and pulled foul, just foul, over to the third base side. Wisdom was right there. Probably kicked foul about 2 feet to the left, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Brewers 10, Pirates 4. That game's in the seventh. 9-5 Padres over the Reds. That game is in the seventh. Phillies 10-1 over the Rockies in the sixth. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Stroman kicks and delivers. Fastball outside part of the plate, just off the plate, and it's a full count at 3-2. Blues been calling kind of a slightly wide strike zone. That was very brave to take that pitch by Ozuna. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it swung on and popped into center field, playable. Hermosillo is underneath it, and there's one away in the Braves sixth. Marlins 3, Nationals 1. That game's in DC and in the sixth. Royals 2-0 over the White Sox in the sixth. Twins up 3-0 at home against the Tigers in a divisional matchup. Astros Rangers are tied 1-1. That game is heading to the fourth. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2 on the night, takes the first pitch for a strike outside, and it's 0-1. Later on tonight, you'll have the Guardians at the Angels, Dodgers at Diamondbacks, and A's at the Giants. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and high and outside, and it's 1-1. One delivery, and swung on and fouled back out of play by d'Arnaud, and it's 1-2. Stroman here in the bottom of the sixth is only 81 pitches into the night. You wouldn't think they would send him back out for the seventh, but you never know. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and drilled into center field. On the run is Hermosillo. He makes a backhanded stab at the warning track, slams into the wall, but holds on to the ball. What a play by Michael Hermosillo. Wow. He was on his horse and had to do almost like a mini skip in the air as he made the catch, slams into the wall up against the Papa John sign, and he gets a round of applause from his starting pitcher who appreciates the defense. That was an incredible play. They give him a second to get the cobwebs knocked out. And here comes Matt Olson to the plate. First pitch is a fastball inside, pulled foul. And it's 0-1. Cubs playing Olson to pull. The 0-1 pitch is on the outside part of the plate. Looked like the slider. And it's 1-1. Patrick Wisdom, the only one over on the left-hand side, and he's closer to second than he is third. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Alex Dickerson, and that ball is way inside. In fact, goes all the way to the backstop, and it's 2-1. Braves scored one in the bottom of the second on a sac fly, scoring Ozuna off of the bat of Duvall. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on. That ball's hit hard and high and deep, and Seiya Suzuki makes a jumping catch at the wall. He'll make the catch and the out. What a couple of great defensive plays by the Cubs outfielders, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the top of the seventh. We got us a good one here. Braves lead it 3-1.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet. In 1985, third baseman Mike Schmidt criticized his own Philly fans for booing him by calling them uncontrollable and beyond help. Once he got back to Philadelphia, he was scared the fans would throw stuff at him on the field, so he decided to wear an outfit of a wig and sunglasses. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Baseball is good, an honorable profession, a great challenge. It has blessed me, I blessed it, and it has blessed our country. Branch Rickey. He was born on an Ohio farm in 1881 and named Wesley Branch Rickey for John Wesley, the founder of his family's Methodist faith. He was a pious, hardworking boy who memorized scripture, taught himself Greek, Latin, and algebra, and promised his mother never to drink or swear or violate the Sabbath. But he was mad about baseball, learned to play in the backyard with a ball stitched by his mother, followed every move of the Cincinnati Reds, and became a good enough catcher with the Duck Run, Ohio team to consider a professional career. Still, the game was not a proper livelihood for a God-fearing young man. And so he abandoned baseball to teach school in Turkey Creek, Ohio. But Branch Rickey would one day become what one sports writer called the most original mind and the best organizer the game has ever produced. And in 1947, he would help make baseball, in truth, what it had always claimed to be, the national pastime.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1. For a low-scoring game, it's had a lot of action. Great defensive plays by the outfielders. 2 by the Cubs, 1 by Travis Demerit, the rookie for the Braves. And it's had some blunders in the field, but this will bring it in the top of the 7th. Will Smith is coming to the mound early on. Will Smith trying to protect a 2-run lead. He's going to face Yan Gomes to start the inning. And the first pitch is a curveball right there at the knees. And it's 0-1. Yan Gomes batting .238 on the year. Darnode sets up outside. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and fouled back out of play. Looked like the fastball, and it's 0-2. The night shift, as they are affectionately called by Braves Country. Will Smith starts it off tonight. You'll see him in the 7th. You'll see him in the 8th. You'll see him in the 9th. He got a save on the 3rd game of the year against the Reds. Really comes to matchups. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a fastball off the plate. And it's 1-2. Of course, Will Smith, October, and was one of the many reasons, but a big reason why the Braves brought home their first championship since 1995. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and grounded. It's a soft grounder to Riley. Riley's going to fire it over to first, and he gets the out. Nice play by Riley, hard charging, little off balance, threw off his right foot, throwing with his right arm, and he threw a perfect strike over to Olsen, and there's one away. Riley's had some action over on his side too tonight. And he's got an error to his name, but a couple of really good defensive plays as well. Here's the first pitch from Smith to Magical, and it is a slider right at the knees, maybe a touch below, and it's 0-1. Nick Magical last time up really didn't like the calls by Blue, and he's already chirping. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on and missed. Slider on the inside part of the plate, and it's 0-2. Magical, he gets another questionable strike. He might go full Kyle Schwarber. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Will Smith. Kicks and fires, and it's a slider in the dirt, blocked by Darnode, and it's 1-2. 1 run, 4 hits, and an error for the Cubs. 3 hits, 3 runs, 6 hits, and an error for the Braves here in the top of the 7th. Here's the pitch from Smith, and it's a fastball inside, fouled over to the right-hand side. Olsen will give it chase, just drops in front of him, in front of the Braves dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. On deck is Ian Happ. Ian Happ's got a home run on the night, the lone Cubs run so far. He had a solo shot, and it was a blast back in the 3rd inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a slider swung on and kept alive by Madrigal. He fouls it out of play, and it's once again 1-2. New ball. Will Smith gets set, looks into Darnode. He kicks and fires, swung on and grounded over to Dansby. Dansby has it, flips it over to first, and there's 2 away in the Chicago 7th. Ian Happ coming to the plate. If he gets on, Nico Horner is on deck. Michael Hermosillo is in the hole. The Cubs would love to at least clear Happ to be able to start the top of the 8th with the top of the lineup. Here's the first pitch by Will Smith, and it is a curveball in the dirt, taken low. It's 1-0. Happ now hitting .340 on the year, 2 home runs after the blast in the 3rd. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's swung on and missed for a strike inside, and it's 1-1. 1-1 delivery from Will Smith, and it is a slider, bang to third base. Riley's got it. It was a hard shot, but he got it on a 1-hopper. He fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. The Braves will grab the bats, leading 3-1. Get ready for the 7th inning stretch.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Casey Blue. longbow. Called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first name. Told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. So just to cheer up the boys, she knew, he made the gang sing this song. Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Hope you got up and stretched. We're here heading to the bottom of the 7th. The Braves lead it 3-1, and the Chicago Cubs are headed to the bullpen. Ethan Roberts coming out of the Chicago bullpen. The right-hander, 5.40 ERA on the young season. He'll face Adam Duvall to start the inning. Duvall, righty versus righty matchup. Here's the pitch, and it's a slider, low, just off the plate. It's 1-0. Braves 3, Cubs 1. Bottom of the 7th, nobody out, leading it off. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider inside for a strike upstairs, and it's 1-1. Tyler Matzik is warming up in the Braves bullpen. He's pretty much become the setup guy now. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Matzik, of course, had the infamous 7th inning against the Dodgers that propelled the Braves to the World Series, and one that I think Braves fans will always remember. Has been pitching lights out since about the middle of last year. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Duvall, and he swings and fouls it back out of play. Looked like the cutter on the outside. It's 2-2. Duvall, Demerit, and Swanson are due up here in the Braves 7th inning. They'd love to get some insurance runs. 2-run lead. That's just a bloop and a blast from a tie. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Roberts, and fastball 94 miles an hour, swung on and missed, and it's strike 3. Right on the heart of the plate. I think Duvall was looking for something outside, so he kind of leaned into the swing and couldn't catch up. And that'll bring Travis Demerit to the plate. Dansby Swanson grabbing a bat and heading on deck. Demerit, if you're just joining us, hit his first home run last time up. It was a rocket over the right field wall. The first pitch to Demerit is inside for a strike. Looked like the slider. Nice pitch by Roberts. And it's 0-1. Oh, 0-1 delivery on the way. Kicks and fires, and it is a slider off the plate. Just got a piece of it, and it's 0-2. Travis Demeritte should get a lot of playing time here in the next few weeks. Eddie Rosario on the IL today because having to have eye surgery, laser eye surgery, had blurred vision in his right eye. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's way off the plate. Look like the slider, and it's 1-2. Might explain why Rosario is having such a terrible start to the season. The right eye for a left-handed hitter, that's got to be difficult catching anything out of the side. So hopefully he'll have a speedy recovery, be back in a couple of months. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball high in the zone. Blue called that a ball. I'll be honest, it looked like it might have clipped the zone. It's 2-2. Yeah, that ball definitely hit the zone. So here's the 2-2 pitch and another timeout. This time it looks like Demeritte was having to readjust his glove. Not sure what the issue is, but he steps out of the box for a second and he is set. And we are set for the 2-2 pitch with one away. Contreras is set up a little high and it swung on slider. Just got a piece and it's 2-2. Demeritte, when he made that sliding catch against Jan Gomes earlier in the game, he covered 92 feet on that play and he was sprinting, showing a sprint speed of about 28 miles an hour. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Demeritte, and slider swung on and missed. Nice pitch by Roberts, and there's two away in the Atlanta seventh. Two down, and Dansby Swanson comes to the plate. The number 9 hitter, Dansby Swanson, 1 for 2 with a single in the fifth and a run scored. He scored on the error by the Cubs center fielder Hermosillo when he tried to charge the ball and it went under his glove. And Ian Hapnott backed him up on that play. It would be 4-1 right now. Here's the first pitch to Dansby. It's a slider down in the zone, and it's 1-0. Dansby batting 183 on the year, starting to bat a little better. He was in the 120s late last week. Here's the 1-0 pitch and swung on and fouled back out of play and leaving it up at 1-1. Minnesota now the commanding lead over Memphis in the NBA playoffs. They're up by 11 in the third quarter. Philadelphia all over Colorado tonight. They're up 10-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Dansby, and it's a cutter fouled back out of play, and it's 1-2. Mets still up on the Cardinals 2-0. That game was in the fifth. Last night, the Mets trailed 2-0 going into the ninth, and the Cardinals bullpen and defense choked one away. They lost it 5-2 in the ninth. Here's the 1-2 pitch just off the plate. Cutter taken for a ball, and it's 2-2. They're showing David Ross, and he looks like he's pretty fired up at the. I do believe that one was off the plate. That one was a legitimate ball. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Dansby, and it is a slider way outside the zone. We got a full count now at 3-2. See the Honus Wagner, a damaged Honus Wagner baseball card sold for $1.5 million today. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Dansby, swung on and missed, strike three. And just like that, Roberts mows him down. Will head to the top of the 8th inning. The Braves lead it 3-1. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
Armchair.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today, it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today, its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 3-1, and Tyler Matzik is going to come out of the pen to face Nico Horner. On this date, 1931, Lou Gehrig hits a home run. Here's the first pitch from Matzik, and it's fouled down the right field line, bending out of play, and it's 0-1. Lou Gehrig in 1931 on this date was called out after hitting a home run, passing the runner on the base paths. This mistake would cost him the home run lead at season end. He would finish with 46 instead of 47, tying his teammate Babe Ruth. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep into right center field. Going back on the track at the wall is Duvall. He'll make the catch just before the padding, and there's one away. Duvall had to get on his horse, and he got on it. Good defensive outfield defense by both sides tonight, despite the one error by Hermosillo. He made up for that incredible catch at the wall, and he'll come to the plate now with one away, facing Tyler Matzik. Here's the first pitch. Matzik fires it right down the middle, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. On this date, 1961, Roger Maris hits his first home run. The legendary 61 season. Here's the 0-1 delivery and fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-1. On this date, 1983, John Elway is drafted by the Baltimore Colts. he would refuse to sign with the Colts, and they would later trade him to the Denver Broncos. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt. Does he go around? First base umpire says he did, and it's 1-2. Ozzie Smith in 1992 on this date steals his 500th base. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Matzik. He kicks and fires. That ball, it bounces in the dirt. Before it gets to Darnode, it bounces up and hits Hermosillo, and he'll head to first. So a hit by pitch puts the tying run to the plate. Matzik walking back to the mound, rolling his eyes, cannot believe that he did that. If you're going to get hit by a pitch, that's how you want to get hit, is after it hits the ground first. So Hermosillo goes to first. 1 on, 1 out, and the dangerous bat of Seiya Suzuki coming to the plate. He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball high. Darnode has to jump up to save it from going to the backstop, and it's 1-0. Happy birthdays today. Aaron Judge is 30 years old. He'll be a free agent at season's end. Turned down the big contract from the Yankees. We'll see someone else, some other suitor offers him more. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball. It's a check swing foul. Suzuki tried to hold up. Barreled about, kicks it out of play, and it's 1-1. Remember the ex-Atlanta Brave and Pittsburgh Pirate Sean Rodriguez? He is 37 years old today. And here's the 1-1 pitch from Matzik. Darnode sets up outside and fastball down the pipe. It's 1-2. Remember the great Mike Scott pitched for the Houston Astros in the 1980s? Won the Cy Young in 1986 and the NLCS MVP in 86 as well. He is 67 years old. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and hit into right center field. On his horse is Duvall. He'll make the catch, and he's going to fire it back into the infield. Swanson's got it. He throws it over to first, and bang, they got him. Hermosillo was around second base. He thought that ball was going to go off the wall, and Duvall pulls a heck of a double play. That'll end the inning. Adam Duvall on his horse threw it back into the infield, a one-hopper to Dansby. Dansby turned and fired it over to Olson in the dirt. Olson backhands it in the dirt and tags Hermosillo's arm. We'll be back in a flash.
Bo body. What does the first B stand for?
What are we doing?
We're making acronyms. Okay, what does the first B stand for? Business. I like it.
We need a new manager.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Part 18. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat.
Armchair.
New York Giants second baseman John Montgomery Ward was a rarity among players, a graduate of the Columbia Law School. And in an age when workers everywhere were struggling to win their rights, he was willing to take on the club owners on their own terms. Ward publicly denounced the reserve clause, which now kept every player from deciding for himself where he wished to play and forced him to accept whatever wage his owner was willing to pay.
There is now no escape for the player. If he attempts to elude the operation of the rule, he becomes at once a professional outlaw, and the hand of every club is against him. Like a fugitive slave law, the reserve clause denies him a harbor or a livelihood and carries him back bound and shackled to the club from which he attempted to escape. We have then the curious result of a contract which on its face is for 7 months, being binding for life. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves will take their turn here in the bottom of the 8th after Adam Duvall made an outstanding two very good catches, but the second one was an outstanding all-around play, made the running grab and then cut off Hermosillo, who was trying to run back. He had gone about a quarter of a way past second base. So he had to run back, tag the base, and make it back to first, and just could not get there in time. Here's the first pitch as Rucker is in from the pen for the Chicago Cubs. He misses inside to Ozzie Albies, and it's 1-0. Michael Rucker, 3.60 ERA. He'll throw a curveball down and low. Ozzie bangs it foul, and it's 1-1. Top of the order here, due up for the Atlanta Braves. Ozzie Albies, Matt Olson, and Austin Riley to follow. Looking for insurance runs. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a four-seam fastball, 95 miles an hour upstairs, swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Ozzie's facing a full shift. 1-2 pitch is a curveball outside, and it's 2-2. There is nobody within 50 feet of third base. So anything down that line, Ozzie would probably be standing on second. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and hit high and fairly deep into center field, but underneath it is Hermosillo, and it's one away in the Atlanta 8th. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Been slumping a little bit after a torrid start. He's 0 for 3 on the night. Still batting .338, but remember, he was sitting in the high 450s last time we did a game on Friday night. Here's the first pitch to Olson, and it is a slider called for a strike on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Braves 3, Cubs 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a changeup swung on and banged down the third base line towards the Cubs dugout, and it's quickly 0-2 to Matt Olson. The Braves closer, Kenley Jansen, is warming up in the pen. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it swung on, and that ball is hammered down the first base line, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Fergie Jenkins, the ex-Cub, and Ozzie Smith, the ex-Cardinal, have been announced as the managers of the Hall of Fame Classic Legends game that will be played in Cooperstown on May 28th. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Players Association have agreed to allow 14 pitchers. Here's the 1-2 pitch, a fastball inside, almost gets Olson. He bends out of the way, and it's 2-2. There was supposed to be a cutoff when they go to the 26-man roster on after May 1st of 13 pitchers only, but they're going to extend to where you can hold up to 14 pitchers. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on. It's a comebacker to the mound, kind of goes off the leg of Rucker. He gathers it, flips it over to first, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta 8th. They've extended that now to May 29th. That you can now carry 14 pitchers and not just 13 if you so desire. As MLB and the MLBPA have been monitoring where they're at, and with the shortened spring training, probably makes good sense to give you an extra pitcher so you don't wear the guys out early on. So that'll bring up Austin Riley. He's 0 for 3 on the night. First pitch to Riley is a curveball way outside, more like a slurve, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. 0-1 pitch to Riley is a fastball high, and he hammers it over to the Cubs dugout, and he's quickly in the hole. 0-2. Cubs have a full shift on Riley. Schwindel's the only one over in no man's land, right of second base. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's high and swung on, and Cutter fouled back out of play. And it's 0-2. If Riley can get anything on the ground to the right side of the infield, he should be able to get on. Braves 3, Cubs 1. 0-2 pitch swung on and popped up high and deep into right field, going back up against the wall. Suzuki, he'll take a couple of steps in and catch it on the warning track, and that's the third out. So we'll head to the top of the 9th inning. The Braves lead it 3-1. The bullpen doors are swinging open, and here comes Kenley.
You know what woke means? It means you're a loser. Everything woke turns to
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Stan Musial is one of the most underrated players of all time. He had 3,630 hits, which puts him 4th on the all-time list. But weirdly enough, Stan the Man had exactly 1,815 hits at home and exactly 1,815 hits on the road.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Although the first World Series had been a huge success, the reputation of the game continued to suffer as brawling fans drove away paying customers. Now, Van Johnson ordered his American League owners to have their stadiums patrolled to keep rowdiness down. Players and managers, as well as fans, were expected to behave.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball as the Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1. We're getting ready for Kenley Jansen in the 9th inning. And he is set to face Patrick Wisdom, Wilson Contreras, and Frank Schwindel, so the heart of the Cubs lineup. Guillermo Heredia will come in to play right field. As the Braves try to slam this door shut. If you missed it earlier today, Eddie Rosario on the IL for 8 to 12 weeks. Will have eye surgery, blurred vision. Here's the first pitch from Kenley Jansen, and it's a cutter at the top of the zone, and it's 0-1. Stepping in to face Jansen is Jonathan Villar. He's on to pinch hit, and the 0-1 pitch blows it right past him, and it's 0-2. Delivery from Kenley Jansen, and cutter kind of drifted off the plate, taken for a ball, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch from Jansen as he shimmy and shakes on the mound, sets to fire to Villar, and strike three. There's a cutter on the outside part of the plate and could not catch up with it. Nice pitch by Jansen. And that'll bring Wilson Contreras to the plate. Contreras, righty versus righty matchup. I think they may pinch hit for Schwindel. See how they go here. Contreras, a double in the second. He's 1 for 3, 259 on the year, 2 home runs, 6 RBIs. So he gets set for the first pitch and swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Cutter coming to the plate at 93 miles an hour. Braves trying to take game 1 of this series. Game 2 is tomorrow night. Game 3, we will be here Thursday night, 7:20 first pitch. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a cutter high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. Friday night, the Braves play in Texas. That game does not start until 8:05 Eastern. We will have the game every Tuesday and Friday night. Braves Country Baseball. Thursday night this week just happens to be the game of the week is the Braves. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball inside and pulled foul, and it's 1-2. That might have been the sinker. Had some late movement at the end. Low scoring, but very exciting game. The defensive plays that were made on both sides of the ball, unbelievable. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and lifted into center field, but underneath it is Duvall, and there's 2 away in the Chicago ninth. Braves desperately needing not just a win tonight, but a series win. Yet to have a series win this year. They have split 2 4-game series with the Reds and with the Padres, 1 on the road and 1 at home. Sandwiched in between all that, they've yet to win a series. They'd love to get one before they hit the road on Friday, going to Texas and then New York. Here's the first pitch, and it's right down the pipe. Schwindel taking all the way, and it's 0-1. Frank Schwindel, 1 for 3 on the night. Jansen looks in. He gets the sign. He shimmy and shakes and fires it to home. Slider bangs in the dirt. Taken for a ball, and it's 1-1. That ball was dangerously close to hitting Schwindel. The last thing you want to do is put the tying run on with another hit by pitch. If Schwindel does get on, Gomes is due up, but it looks like that they're going to the left-handed bat off the bench. So this would be a big out for Jansen to get. Here's the 1-1 delivery. He fires it into the dirt and it bangs against the wall, missing Schwindel, missing the zone wildly again, and it's 2-1. Doesn't seem to have the feel for the slider. You wonder if he'll just go back to the cutter now. So in the cutter really well. The slider, it's the fourth slider that he's missed well off the plate in this inning. Braves 3, Cubs 1, top of the ninth inning, 2 away. Cubs down to their last out, but a bloop and a blast would put us into extras. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way, and it's the cutter swung on and fouled back up against the screen, and it's 2-2. Braves fans are on their feet here at Truist Park, 1 strike away from getting the first game of this series. Kenley Jansen shimmies and shakes. He fires it, and it is just low, and that's going to bring it to a full count at 3-2. Jansen not wasting any time. He gets the sign from d'Arnaud. The fans are on their feet. Here's a 3-2 pitch and fired on and swung on, and strike 3, the cutter inside. Schwindel could not make contact, and that will do it. The Atlanta Braves hold on in a game that showed so many things. Great defensive plays in the outfield by both the Cubs and the Braves. The big strikeout by Max Fried in the 5th inning with 2 on. Ozuna started the scoring off in the 2nd when he reached on Duvall's sac fly, and Duvall was the star later on in the game when he made 2 great plays in the outfield, one doubling up Hermosillo. Hermosillo had a rough night. He made a great catch at the wall and got and reached base a couple of times, but he got doubled off at first, and then he let that ball roll to the wall that sent Swanson to score. So that'll do it. Your Atlanta Braves 3, the Chicago Cubs 1. We will be back Thursday night, 7:20 first pitch, Braves Cubs, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Please like and subscribe. We'll see you then. Friday night, 8:05. It's the Friday night Braves and Rangers. For all the guys and gals behind Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel, I'm Mac McGee. The Braves win it 3-1. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Red Polly, blue poncho, do it, Rambo, give me Kershaw here, Kershaw.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Cali, Buffalo, check, hey, Short Ox, to the Raiders, Omaha.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful to can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre doing the challenge. Try this one. Best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, goal! 37 the season breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. We're here weekdays. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get another cigarette, please. Get another